Alright, good afternoon. What's up, Eldritch? Quick Shifter? Kirby? Chunks? What's up, Arian? Sniperman? RZ? Thanks for the meat. D-Sky, Urna, Jethro. Alright, I'm lasered in. Case 4, let's go. Twisted Karma. Whoa. What's up, Raisin?
Pipe in hand, Sholmes looked down at the thick, rolling fog outside our window. I wonder exactly how many mysteries are out there, hidden within this bed of fog, he said. Indeed, a most bizarre incident, born of a curious advertisement. A hellhound's mad gallop through the shadows of a serial murder. An executed man's graveyard resurrection in the dead of night. And a commonplace killing in a small, forgotten room at the edge of town.
Oh, are we doing like a
There is naturally
flashback?
always another side to every case, of which most remain ignorant. And it is that other side which compels me to the scene of the crime, Wilson. So quickly now, take your hat and let's be on our way, my dear fellow.
Damn.
For our adventure is not over yet. Come, the game is afoot.
Sure makes it seem like we're doing something different. Okay, maybe not. 8 days after that earth-shattering trial. What's up, E-Tanks? Toyson? Devika? Johnny? What's going on? Vinci? Waterloo. New location just dropped. Susato. Of course he knew. I wonder, so that intro that we just saw, right? It kind of makes you think that other case. Remember that Sholmes has been clamming about it? Professor Mikotoba, the Hound of the Baskervilles? Something's going on. Got the calendar? How's it look? Going missing in Hong Kong, yeah. Right. Susato gave us some backstory that she tried to, well, she like stumbled upon something in his office, her father's office. She got reprimanded for it. Kazuma. There she is. Is that Judge? Oh my god, Judge. Judge is so freaking sick with it. It has all of the dates? Oh shit. So he's here too, huh? Oh my god. He has to be the other person that was here. 16 years ago. So these two plus Kazuma's father. Who is this man? He'll place you immediately, dude. Firm tap. Oh, am I getting thrown? Blah! That is a Abysamaru level mallet. No! I started streaming 9 minutes ago. What do you mean? Whoa, 15 in a row? Whoa. Put on DU Barca. Jigoku. Who's gonna rule over the Supreme Court in Japan when he's gone? Years. So they came 16 years ago, but they left 10 years, which was the same time that all the bad stuff went down. I think that's right. Eugene. Yeah, he's the other man. Exactly. Yeah, they didn't tell you this before, but it's pretty obvious that it's him. Mostly because of case 1 in this game, that Seishiro and Mikotoba talk to each other. Alright, how old is he? I mean, he's got to be like their age, right? I'm going with a good old 46. 43. What does it say? He's got a hat here, too. Dude, his beard is out of control. It's so sick. Ha ha ha. Ouchie? You think he's allowed to leave Japan? I see. Seishiro helped us become a lawyer here, basically. Lord Strongheart. I wonder if these two care about Kazuma. I mean, they obviously should, right? $50 days, that's how long it takes. 50 days. So, put yourself in the shoes of Susato. 1 year ago, she spends 50 days going from Japan to Britain. Spends 60 days in Britain, and then spends another 50 days going back to Japan. And then 6 months later, spends another 50 days going back to Great Britain. Ugh. Truly wondered if we wouldn't be drifting in the vast ocean. And then she also has to spend another 50 days going back, presumably, unless we're staying here forever. knocked over. Oh, the symposium. Well, Courtney Scythe was supposed to be involved with the symposium, but I don't know about that anymore. Oh-ho. Attorney General. We don't know who the Attorney General is in Britain, but we do know that Lord Strongheart is after the position. Right. So, Seishiro says, you were close friends with the professor of forensic science at a major hospital, who is, in fact, Wilson. The killer. Genshin? Genshin? No. He was studying investigative techniques. This guy, yeah, almost definitely these two are aware of something. Most likely that their friend was not a murderer the whole time. I would have to imagine that's where this is going. Never understood what drove the man to commit such heinous acts. My guess is that these two have been working as hard as they can to try to figure it out from afar. Okay, so they're saying that Kazuma did not know. Going on softcore. What's up, Don? NC Sam? Sending me Genshin Impact? No. He wanted to come here to investigate his father's death. I see. Okay. Yeah, I mean, I guess it makes sense, right? You never really know why he was sent. The way I read it was that Kazuma was sent to Great Britain on a major quest, right? A major side quest. But it's kind of both, right? He probably wanted to investigate his father's death, but then, you know, Seishiro and Mikotoba approved it. They were like, yes. Right. What's going on, Big? Having disappeared in Hong Kong. Kazuma since turned up here. Yeah, so we don't know the details of any of this. Why his death was fate, how he got quote-unquote temporary amnesia, and really what happened in Case 2 in the first game. What? Yeah, so yeah, exactly. I kind of thought that they wouldn't know this yet. They just got off the boat, and they're like, oh shit, he's actually alive? Right, yeah. Goku. But he didn't die, he's alive, as you knew, didn't you? Oh shit. So he's acting surprised, but she's calling him out. In actual fact, no. What I did know is that when your ship docked in Hong Kong, he mysteriously vanished. I see. Aha. Got it. So they didn't know he was alive, but they were like, something is very clearly up, so they tried to investigate. Yeah. Well, it suggests foul play, right? Somebody did something to him. Amnesia. What? Amnesia? What's that? I've never heard of it before. Eugene. Oh god, was it even more than 50 days? Did you have to, like, fight sea monsters on the way? What is he implying here? They had to quell the Kraken and the great hammerhead shark of the Atlantic Ocean. Autopsies, the graveyards. Do you remember the Scottish prison governor, Caiden? I was a witness at the secret hearing and I tried to speak in his defense. Oh. You went a little too far and ended up facing charges yourself. Oh shit. How freaking... How many swag points can we give Jikoku? Pale orb. Sprinting through the lobby. Naruhodo. He's gonna be like, hey, I'm gonna be busy, but you gotta take care of things here, okay? Yeah. Yeah. Oh, her song too. Oh no! What a fucking response. Oh no! What do you fucking mean? Bro. Right. They talked about how he wasn't home and she was with her grandmother. Dude, look at the left... Look at his left cheek. Look how angular that is, man. You could, like, cut a piece of bread with that. Insane jawline. Accompanied by the most tragic event of my life, too. Do we know anything about Susato's mother? I see. So something bad happened first. Favor. Look who it is. We haven't seen this guy since the first game. He was on the jury? Yeah. He's wasted on the job. Oh, he's got a fan in hand. What happened? Hey, what do you mean? He's gonna ask me something. Is that just not happening now? Hello? Oh. So it's a trap. Susato flipping through her dictionary. The punch. Whoa. True. No. Alright. Crystal Tower. Tower with an orb on it. $300 meters tall? What? Oh. Alright, let's go. I guess we're not talking with Mikotobo. Mikotobo. I keep calling him Mikotobo. Mikotobo. What's going on, Ice Plug? Ooh, 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 ooh. Going on, Go One. Thanks for the resub. 123 oohs. The opening cutscene had some characters with red hair. Mon ami. Down to the clink. No. Both. Okay. Hee hee. Did you find your daddy? We still haven't told Iris that her father has been dead for over a year. Yeah. Guys, I think you should probably have told her by now. Ah! Even his eyebrows. Do you think he ate a lot of red gummy worms? What do you think about my badge? Did you say long dog? Canine with a particularly long neck. That's Mikami, aka Long Dog, from the Shin Megami Tensei series. There are 2 visitors. When the mood takes me, I'm willing to turn a blind eye to all infractions. Oh. But where is Kazuma staying? Bungler. Greatest problems. Whoa. Alright, everybody. It's time for some science. Okay? Science parentheses real. Yeah, they talked about it in the article. In the last case, talking about Darwin. We were apes? Of course. I mean, like, what are we gonna evolve into next? One potted herb for Iris and a new motor car for me later, and all of it has quite disappeared. Is he evolving with his hair? Alright. Told us the truth about Cosmo. Exactly. The beginning of this case, the opening scene, kind of made me think that we're going flashback mode. Like Mia Fey mode. Like Phoenix and Clavier with his sweet sunglasses mode. But I don't think so. So he did regain. Okay. But he was in trouble. Whoa. I'm just trying to put it together, right? Like, as of that time, Cosima had not yet made it to Great Britain at all. Like, why would they do this plan? Why would anybody want to do this plan, right? He could have just recovered and went on his way to Great Britain like normal. But for some reason, some powers that be decided, hey, let's not do the plan. We'll have Ryunosuke do it instead. Go to Great Britain. But Kazuma went to Hong Kong and somehow made his way to Great Britain with amnesia. Yeah, exactly. Why do it in the first place? Exactly. Eggman, thanks for the resub. One, two, and three. Whoa, Jersey, I don't think I've seen a number bigger than 20. Besides 123, but that's kind of cheating. I will be at liberty to elaborate in due course. Okay. But remember this. Remember that he's not telling us. So he must have a good reason not to tell us. And hopefully it's not just arbitrary plot point. Hopefully there's actually a good reason why he can't divulge this information. Okay, but he's saying that he didn't know what was going to happen after this and something went wrong. And it would make sense that he would feel conflicted about it because, you know, he decided to put out this plan, but he is kind of putting Kazuma back in danger, right? You just dumped him off as a murdered corpse in Hong Kong, and he's just on his own with amnesia to figure out what the hell to do. But clearly something happened to him that he was able to make his way to Great Britain, right? Makes you think. Alright, I'm not gonna lie, I don't feel like investigating this room for the 7th time in this playthrough. What's up, Urup? Hey, Victus. Is this the first time you've seen these two talking with each other? I think it is. I think it is. I have a suspicion that they're related. That the guy in the big poster, the mural, and the prosecutor's office is him, Strongheart. But I suspect this conversation is going to be about Von Zieks getting completely reamed for disobeying Strongheart's protocol. Your small stature and dark dress make you all but invisible to me. Hey, fuck you, man. You think, why can't we get some, like, light-up sneakers? You think they had light-up sneakers in 1850s London? You know, it does kind of beg the question, how did Von Zieks get the title Lord Von Zieks, right? Lord Strongheart as Chief Justice, I kind of understand. I'm pretty surprised that Strongheart didn't reprimand him, but maybe that already happened, or maybe it never happened. I don't know. Just remember, in case 3, in the previous case, Strongheart has a missive that says, do not let Courtney Scythe testify in court. And Von Zieks is like, yeah, fuck that. The prosecution calls her to the stand. Yeah. Oh, put out of action. Oh, well, here you go. I missed that. I thought I was talking about something else. It does kind of make you think that he maybe knew about this too. Out of all characters, he's definitely the most suspicious. And I think the idea is that his motive is to become Attorney General. It does beg the question, who is Attorney General? His apprentice has been missing since yesterday. $30 million. Big Jeb. Is that another case? Susato is regularly reading our minds. She does it all the time. Yeah. Reform the yard. Who is the Attorney General? Right. Remember that Courtney has a daughter. Years. That is definitely not how he really feels about it. Great question. How did he become an apprentice? How did he get here? 3 months ago, unidentified Asian man was apprehended by border police. We stowed away to get here. He had no papers, no passport. He's suffering from amnesia, but like, somebody must have told him to go to Great Britain, right? That's so insane, man. He has no papers, no passport, just some guy on a large goods vessel. So naturally, he's like, oh yeah, I'm gonna have him join my lead prosecutor as an assistant. What do you mean? Clearly, this isn't right. I didn't want to burden Lord Von Zieks with tiresome explanations about why he had an Eastern apprentice, so I gave him a mask and robes. But it's just ridiculous, man. Why would you do that? Why would you... There has to be a reason. There has to be a reason. I'm saying there has to be a reason why Strongheart did all of this for Kazuma. Either in his support or for some nefarious reason. But this not, like, I don't buy... Some dude showed up on a shipping container and I was like, yeah, he should join my prosecution team as an apprentice. Going on, Tetra. What's up, CCB? Perfect British accent, yeah. I guess he doesn't talk that much, but, you know. Genshin. Right. Well, Strongheart is making the claim that he just found out about this, but I kind of doubt that. About Kazuma and his being related to the professor. So Von Zieks decided to show us this, and he knew, but we do know that the professor's identity is a national secret. So Strongheart should be like, why did Von Zieks decide to tell Ryunosuke about this? Ferocious dog. Oh, that's why the dog collar. Oh, the bee. Collar with a bee on it. Beanie. Right. There were some supporters. Oh, is this the red hair gang? Got it. The idea is that the professor only targeted the aristocracy. So there are people out there that say, fuck the aristocracy, and presumably dyed their hair red. The Reaper. Yeah, he doesn't talk about the Reaper, because I got a feeling he's involved with the Reaper. My guess is that I do have to do some examination. Nothing to present, right? Okay. Come on, Woodster. We've just seen a lot of this dialogue already. Oops. Badge? No. We already talked about the toilet. Oh. That's cool. This is new. What kind of tea we got? Just feels like these three places wouldn't really have anything new, so maybe here. Maybe I can like inspect place to go. I just thought we were gonna get something from Mikotobo. Mikotobo. You got nothing to say about my badge? Ah, the mask. Nothing about the mask? Alright, from the top, inspect everything. This paper could be something. Oh yeah. Red-Headed League. How come we can't just ask him about it, man? Hezekiah Hopkins of Lebanon? USA! It's real. Get 4 pounds a week if you're a redhead? Oh shit. Damn. There was a period in my life for which I was a full-blown redhead. Can you believe that? Sholmes. Oh man. So I used to be a redhead, and then I bleached my hair when I was 16 for swimming, and then it never was red again. I'm dead serious. My hair used to be mad red. Like brown red. No, like red brown. It was like primarily red, but it had some brown in it. It wasn't like very light colored red. It was not this color red. Heh 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 heh. Source of this month's... I don't know why they're giving us money, but I don't care. I'm getting money, okay? Blood money. One member recently passed away, so I dyed my hair red. A blunder. Rejuvenating spent tea leaves? Surely it's bad for you. For the park on Lime Street with the Red-Headed League. I queued for 8 hours solid. He really is an idiot. It's awesome. It didn't dawn upon him that showing up in this massive crowd and being recognized would be completely horrible for his image as a great detective because he just can't fucking pay rent. Once. So he fucking turned to the police? Ding-a-ling-a-ling. With money to spend. Juror number 2. Run away. Well. Evie Vigil. He's hard of hearing? God, this freaking guy. That's right. It's just so funny how the jury is just randomly selected, and yet they somehow seem to be so carefully picked. Hmm? Frippery. I believe it would be prudent for you to sit quietly in the corner. Yes. Cool. Daily Vigil. Damn. Sick with it. Oh. My husband's employment is somewhat unusual. Warder. See, when you say warder, not warden, it just makes me think that you're conjuring up some spells. Chief Warder. Ooh, kind of makes you think that maybe something happened with, the culprits of the last case. And at such times, he must occasionally spend a night or two in the prison dormitory. Alright. Does kind of feel like they're... If it's capital punishment related, then it's probably related to the professor. Barclay. No! This is the same cemetery. That's unbelievable. What are the chances? Okay. I have always interpreted the blue text in Ace Attorney games as being like internal monologue, but man, they just keep fucking responding to it. So what is he like whispering? What is happening? Alright, what happened to him? Where's his thoughts on his face? It's just, there are times, like even here, it's like, it's very specifically the word, that's unbelievable. Next word, unbelievable. You know? I mean, I guess. I think you're right, but sometimes it feels a little, like, too direct. Truth is, my husband does at times have occasion to spend the night away. This is different for him to... Okay. Alright, so she is freaking out. However, if you're willing to pay my rent... He's smooth. He gambled on the idea that he didn't need the payment at all. And she was like, I'll pay you whatever you want. Boom. Morphogenetics. I think sometimes I don't consider how much morphogenetics plays into my everyday life, you know? Are you sure? I can't be sure, of course. But then I didn't swear on it. Hope? This game has talked about both hope and despair. There he is. A warder. Run along and pay my rent. He's such an idiot, dude. I'm rather busy drinking potions to reverse my hair color. I hope he ends up with like a totally different hair color. That'd be sick. Purple hair. I'm thinking that's a swag clock. Also, that bird. What's going on with that bird, man? Holy fuck. Titan. They talked about him. Barry? He's freaking out. Yeah, Mikotoba talked about this guy. There's no any of your kind in here. The prison next door. Anyway. Wait, hold on. Sam, you bring up a good point. Among Us. And do you know why that is? Hold. Because that is a special kind of badge. That is a vent badge. Do you understand? Now get Ocarina of Time of my hair. The professor. Oh shit. He's kind of sick with it. Agents. Unless we can somehow prove to this man that there's nothing suspicious about us. Oh, yeah. Okay, fine. No, nothing to say? Okay, okay. Jeez. Alright, but what about my badge? Okay, good. He was gonna ask us a favor before. So yeah, this is yet another example, right? Did Ryunosuke just say something very rude out loud? It's on his face? This kind of reaction makes sense, you know? Ryunosuke probably did sort of like look like, and then Mikotomo picks up on it. See? Yeah. But yeah, then he talks about this. This is what I'm talking about. Reading people's thoughts. It's very funny that this happened exactly at this moment when I was just talking about this 5 minutes ago. You got... Yeah. Alright. Well, when we get to the post game, we of course have to talk about our protagonist here. But who is he, man? He's just some fucking guy. Alright, that's a spoiler alert. We're in spoiler alert about what we're gonna talk about. Ryunosuke Naruhodo, aka just some fucking guy. Yeah, I know. It says Groose? Not gross, Groose. The Skyward Sword Groose? Hold on, copyright? Guys. Is that allowed? September 11th, huh? Are you like this on purpose? Okay. Can I like rotate? Blackbird. Is that supposed to say one trip only? But it looks like one troop. One troop only. Yeah, 9/11. SS Kraus? A young jock. Jings? Yo. That's what I'm saying. Look how tiny this cup is. What the fuck? He kind of reminds me of... Oh, fuck. What's his name? Ooh, nope. I'm going to sit here and close my eyes and juice on my Ace Attorney knowledge. Starts with a D. That's what I was thinking of, Sam. Tyrell Bad. That's exactly what I was thinking of. Does not start with a D. Ends with a D. It's so good when he busts out the lollipop. He looks like he's about to, like, sheath a gun. There's no missing persons. Dude, this dude's neck is massive. Okay, okay. What about now? Bad? You swag lord. Oh shit. You hear that sound effect? That he was. He was a fine warder. Oh. He left the job. "10 years ago? Why did she tell us?" Oh god, was he lying to her? Uh-oh. Yep. Same reason he didn't want to talk to us in the first place. He had no choice. Walk to the gallows. It's the job of the chief warder to prepare the gallows tree and oversee any executions. Only Vigil did something unthinkable on that last walk he was manning. Yeah. Kind of makes sense that he can't say this. But I can tell you that it's very rare for a chief warder. I wouldn't, yeah. A boot. Hen? You should call her Hen? Professor. Yeah. Kind of makes sense that he can't speak about this. The dead room. What does this mean? Do you ken? Do you understand? Is that what you're saying? Do you ken? Do you play Ken in Street Fighter Third Strike? No. The advancement of medical science. Your father worked in the laboratory just on the far side of the graveyard. The base of Saint Sinner, that's right. Sinner's Rise. Awk. Cuff biscuits. I knew it. I knew it was going to take some racist turn. I can. Dude, he's just got a side axe? Bro. I mean, there's something kind of awesome about being a modern man with the ability to bust out a side hatchet at all times. At any point in this guy's day-to-day, he can just fucking hand axe you. Fire Emblem 6 style. Dismissal notice. Okay. Harsh reprimand. Okay, so what we know, Mr. Vigil was dismissed 10 years ago because he had no choice because of something that he did during the perp walk, the walk to the gallows. We don't know what it is. We don't know why he did it, but he did something. Chief Warder Daily Vigil is relieved of his post with immediate effect for having violated Clause 132 of Her Majesty's Code of Conduct for Prisons. All rights to redundancy pay and other financial benefits are fully revoked June 25th. aiding and abetting the escape from this prison of convict Asterix, just prior to his execution. Details of this escape are being investigated. So my running theory is that the professor's still alive, and the guy who came back to life was Cosmo's father, who was framed and buried alive. And then shot. They did say that he was shot. Additional notes, indications are that the jailbreak plot was conceived prior to the convict's incarceration. The plot had already been there. So there's a good chance that this guy, Daily Vigil, is actually a very bad guy. And he's like, he hasn't been working here for 10 years, and he has been lying to his wife about it, and he probably knows the professor. If the professor is out there and still lives, then he probably is working with them. That's my guess. Alright, Barry. Do me a favor and never come back here. That case is closed. Is this Polly? Is Polly back? No. Okay. Ranged attackers, that's right. Oh, he did it! That's my freaking dog, dude. Yeah, I knew it. My man looking like cotton candy. Hair color restoration tonic. Shrooms? I can't Adam and Eve it. It's the boss. Gregson. Oh, he's leaving. Yeah. He's dead! Okay, that's a different way of leaving. He was supposed to be going to France. Shot with a pistol. Let's see if that's true or not. See, that's what's good about Sholmes. You know, he gets in a little joke quickly. But he also, you know, is taking this seriously too. Do we really think he's dead? A little rented room in a building full of flats on Fresno Street. Nowhere near his home. No one at the yard knows nothing about no case around there. Aw, Gina. The shooter. The power of the game, I know. Yeah, I don't think we've seen Gina be sad out of all the emotions, right? In the first game, she's just very, like, flippant and dismissive. And then in this game, she's happy, and now she's sad. It's the whole spectrum. Uh-oh. Somebody we know? Who shot Gregson? Who shot him? Let's take a guess. I mean, we don't know too many people that Gina knows, right? I don't know. Ah! So it's interesting, right? Von Zieks told Professor Harebrained to catch a train and leave, and he was going to join him, but we just saw him yesterday? Today? So you're telling us in this short amount of time from him leaving the office when he was working with Strongheart, Strongheart put him in charge of something, and then this happens? Also, don't forget that the Reaper is, like, not necessarily him. It's somebody working presumably on behalf of Strongheart to keep criminals at bay. The idea of the Reaper, but we're seeing the Reaper manifest now. Multiple witnesses. Oh, dude, he's gonna be our client, man. We're going right back. Case for Ace Attorney 1, baby. Yeah. So sad. Bizarre seeing her so, like, exasperated. But it's cool because it's like she definitely grew up, you know? Remember that Gregson was in this big telegram to Japan at the end of the first case. So it wasn't a surprise at some point he was going to be an important character, a more important character. Well, it's interesting, right? This kind of feels like a completely separate case than what we were just dealing with, but Maybe... Maybe not. I called you a handsome? I don't know what that is. A handsome. Cell 1. Go home. Going on, Nerm. This is just a new development here at Northrex within the last 15 minutes. Nothing I can tell you. Right, this is what I was just saying. At the end of the last case, Von Zieks makes Hairbrain leave town. And he says that he's gonna join him, but then he doesn't. And it was because of the Reaper, right? The Reaper's curse is that whoever Von Zieks sees in court that is not convicted ends up getting killed anyways. So he doesn't want that to happen to his friends, so he sends them off. But then apparently the Reaper's work here is killing Gregson for some reason. Less bite than usual. The first thing he says to us, I'm in the last place I want to be on Earth. Plus, I'm talking with the last person on Earth that I want to talk to. You're not representing me. Oh shit. Your defense. Why not? Anyone other than you? God damn. Bro, have you forgot that I got a 100% win rate against you? In my career, of all the defendants I've prosecuted, only 19 have ever been acquitted. Of them, 16 subsequently died in mysterious circumstances. So the 3 that haven't were Gina, Hairbrain, and Soseki. All 3 of them are our defendants. Our clients. Yeah, straight to Germany. Von Zeke's looking out for his boy. Two-second silence. I trust no one. Yeah. Lone wolf. Awoo. Awesome. All right, so we don't know anything about this except for that red wig. Every one of them drawers has got to be taken right out so you can look underneath it all. Oh, she's running this investigation. She's like new to the force. He went prancing around in here, pointing at stuff and flicking that hat of his, and then just scarpered. Ho ho ho. Yeah, but think about it this way, Gina. You haven't died. It's actually kind of surprising that she wasn't targeted, right? Because the other two have left. But Gina was never targeted. It is interesting, right? Because it's weird that Gregson died by the Reaper, and it's weird that Gina did not die. And they're two people that are very clearly connected because they're direct co-workers, right? So what if there's something where Gregson took the death for Gina? Yeah. Half a year since I got out of the clink. Right. Something like that. Some tricky case, huh? That's not how it's supposed to work, is it? I take my hat off to that fella. Right. Yeah. That's why Gina wasn't targeted. My guess is that this is not actually the work of the Reaper. It's probably somebody else claiming to be the Reaper, framing Von Zieks. But Von Zieks himself has never been found guilty of anything for murders. Hugh Boone? Hugh Boone. Ice bone. Huge bone. Nice work, Suze. There's something about Suze that's awesome. Single bullet. Apparently the bullet went right through and struck him in the candle tree. Bigwig lawman. What's the point here? I don't know much about guns. The lads at the yard will just want to know what you're snooping for, and you'll be up for a grilling. Okay. Being a bit loose with the truth when it helps. Okay. So one day ago, her husband goes missing. Huge bone. So these cases are related then. Alright, Pepe Sylvia board. Oh. Too many tears, sir. Damn. Fire a shot! Yeah, great idea. Susato, this might be your worst idea ever. Fine. Just pick it up and shoot. What do you mean? Boom. Imagine if you just like perfectly lined up the pixel, just shot into the camera, and then the, you know, entire screen starts shaking and explodes, and you get all this noise and explosions, and then your game crashes, and then your save file deletes. Is that Gino? Guys, is it Gino? What's going on, June? I'm thinking that's Gino. What? What is this human body shape? Like, what is happening here? Is this the shape of a fully corn-cobbed victim? Fully regressed into a corn cob? Alright, this looks like Adol. Alright, any secrets in the wig? Cool. You must have to use lots of bird lime to keep it in place on your head. Bird lime. Bird lime. The candelabrum of sovereignty. Straight from the 5th Kalpa. Flickering wild hand. Nothing with the door? Oh, we should inspect this. I didn't realize I got this as evidence. Okay. Kind of feels like something should happen here before we leave. But we were looking for information about the gun, so maybe prison guy can help. Not here. All right. I got a feeling there's something more to do there. Oh? I've took an express train back to London. Interesting. I also love how much we just, like, walk into here. No appointment. Like the Lord Chief Justice. A train back from somewhere to London. Yeah, we are absolutely fighting Cosmo in court. My guess is that Strongheart engineered some parts of this to regain favor in the public about forensic science and use this as an opportunity to do that. In fact, this is, I bet you this trial is happening, like, right now. My new investigator, sorry, my new prosecutor. As the prosecution, exactly. I'm telling you, man. Okay. If you haven't played Mother 3, close your ears for like a minute. Two boys on a journey. One gets abducted, shows up as the masked man, and then you end up fighting him. Dude, he's dual wielding swords now. Close your ears. It was the voice. Go to London. So think about this, right? Cosmo is on his way to go to London to investigate his father's death. He is knocked unconscious, has severe amnesia, is dumped into the port of Hong Kong, somehow makes his way to London, joins the prosecution team. And he's supposedly very sharp at law. My memory might have returned to me, but there's something that won't return to the way it was before. It was us being friends. This is where we go through the antagonistic arc. Ho ho ho. Dude, check this dual-wielding sword situation. The X belt? Yeah. That's a great point. It should be a Z, but... I can't stop thinking about the letter Y. We have Mega Man X, we have Mega Man Zero. But what happened to the letter Y? Don't worry, this is going to be announced and released upon the glorious development of Mega Man X9. It will answer these questions. It will talk about the Elf Wars. It will introduce a character, Y. Okay? And it's funny, they're going to talk about it in this game. So look out for it. Yeah, I know, I was just thinking about Axel too, but didn't work. Imagine what it will mean for the prosecution to know the strategies commonly employed by the defense. Dude, I don't even know what my strategies are. It was a personal request. I asked to be assigned to the trial. It'll all become clear tomorrow. Yeah, Susato's right. Again, don't forget that Cosma, from the perspective of the non-knowers, aka us, fucking shows up in a stowaway on a storage container, and then everyone's like, yeah, you can join the prosecution. It's cool. I think Strongheart is also pissed off that Courtney Scythe was put on the trial, the previous case. Yeah, it's interesting, right? It makes you think, well, he's definitely been fed some untruths. claims his gun is not in his possession. According to his story, he lost it. It just makes you wonder why Strongheart is so adamant about having Kazuma as his lead prosecutor now. Because, well, maybe not lead, just the prosecutor for this case. Because remember, the idea was that Kazuma's identity was concealed because he was Japanese, but now he's on what is being considered the most important current case. And it's too likely two Japanese lawyers duking it out.
Hold it!
Yeah, his father. Defense. It's a little less hostile, a little bit more of pleading. Whoa. Dude, he's so sick. That must be his brother, Clint. Maybe Clint was the one who was on the mural. You might find that some straight talking makes him take a different view. Ah. Okay. Do we really think he's dead? That mouth? Do you think that mouth is dead? The music. Asogi? Well, it is interesting, right? Because he is about to be prosecuted against the son of the man who supposedly killed his brother. Clint. The fish and chip. Think of the commerce. Interesting. Your brothers in arms. Your gun. 10 years ago, my older brother, who was the director of prosecutions at the time, was murdered. Right. The killer, as you know, was a visiting student from the Far East. Which we doubt. Kangaroo Court? Hold up. You know about Kangaroo Court? What's up, dude? That name is the very epitome of my bane. The Nipponese bane. Clint. Can't get over his name being Genshin. Can't be real. Genshin. At Genshin. None of us saw the true nature of the man. New song? Interesting. So he prosecuted on his brother's behalf. The man in charge of the Professor Case Inquiry, Lord Male Strongheart. So he beleaguered the prosecutor at the time, who was Strongheart, so that he could do it. I see. Unfortunately, I feel like he's playing you, man. in all things. I don't know, man. I don't think it's like that. Yeah, Gregson was about to go to Paris. That's what I thought Gina was going to be all sad about, but he ended up getting shot. Yeah. Really makes you wonder what Kazuma was up to when Strongheart said, right, I guess sent him to do something and he just got back on a train from somewhere. Uncovering a decisive piece of evidence that exposed the professor's identity. Singular approach to the case. But we have doubts over who the professor is. There's a lot of signs pointing to the professor still being alive. They escaped the gallows. Somebody else was put in, well, Kazuma's father, Genshin, was put into the grave. It's my running theory. And then got shot and killed. Right. Your gun. That's not mine. That's what I was thinking, man. I was like, this guy is not a gun user. Every prosecutor has different weapon specialties, and I don't think gun is Von Zeke's. His is more like foot type weapon user. Mr. Naruhodo. That's the first time he's ever used my actual name. Yeah. That's funny. Yeah! That's my dog. Yeah. My brother, Clint, and Genshin Asogi. Ah, see? Interesting. So despite him having basically this entire xenophobic attitude towards all Japanese people, he himself recognizes that Genshin Asogi himself had that look in his eyes. Yeah. I do find this game, like, there are a lot of times for which I pause on a text box and I think about the implications of what they're saying, and then, like, literally the next text box, they reinforce what I was just thinking. Seven foot dives? Damn. He's so hardcore. Yeah! Yeah! I really wonder how they tie in the warder. But almost definitely he's just tied directly to this room. Huge bone. We went to the beach. I need to, yeah. I need to rebrand one of the rooms in my house as the antechamber. Like, what do I need to put in the room to make it an antechamber, right? You can't just call something an antechamber. It has to have antechamber-like qualities. That's what I'm saying, Norm. I agree. That's exactly what I was thinking. Because it's like an awkward space, so maybe I just need to antechamber it up. Oh my. No jury? Oh my god. Yes! Rejoice! Yeah! A close court. He's up early, and his hair's back. I did. Right away. I know. No corn cob in this court. Just a kangaroo court. My man is just chugging potions left and right. Ho ho. Such a fucker, dude. What the fuck? Morning band, huh? It's been postponed. Ah, yes. I think Lord Strongheart wants to see a prosecution victory to help his forensic symposium. Oops. Right, and Gina doesn't really want us to win here because she does think the Reaper did this. Yeah. God album. Remember, we gotta figure out what the B stands for in the dog collar. Oh my god, no jury. Yeah. What does he know? Who is he? I gotta get up for a minute. Let's get a good text box. Oh, Cosmo. Her Majesty. I wonder if we're ever going to meet Her Majesty or the Attorney General. What'd she say? Who's currently occupying the gallery? They are members of the judiciary here to witness proceedings. There is, of course, another unprecedented aspect to these proceedings on which I must elaborate. Counsels for the prosecution and defense are, yes, both aliens. Exactly. We talked about this before. True. I'm gonna get up for a minute. Be right back. Alright, we're back. Statement. Alright. 5 o'clock in the afternoon. Location was a building on flats, outskirts of the city. Old single-room rental property. Several witnesses on the street outside heard the gunshot. Point blank. I mean, guys, if we're really doing the whole Ace Attorney 1 Case 4 thing, you gotta update this autopsy report. You gotta update it. What's up, Pichu? That's what I'm saying there. Agreed. Bravo. I'm curious what the dynamic of Cosma and Ryunosuke is going to be. Huge bone. Huge bone. The accused standing alongside holding the revolver. Sounds a lot like the first case in Great Ace Attorney 1. Okay. Right away. Okay. Oh. Wasn't him, man. Come on, Judge. Use your brain, Judge. Good tell, yeah. Also, Kylan, I sent you a DM on Discord For the VODs you asked about last time. Alright, gunshot, spun around. Saw the revolver on the floor. What was his first text box? Investigating. I was investigating Gregson. Oh. Door flew up and I heard a man scream. When I first entered the room that day, it was dark inside and I saw no one. A moment later, I heard the gunshot. Spun around, saw the revolver on the floor. It was only then that the body of the Inspector Gregson appeared before me. It's so interesting early on in the case, like you get so used to finding contradictions and, you know, getting the real story. But presumably he is telling the truth, and like, how are we gonna do this, you know? I thought you were my mute apprentice. I was investigating Gregson.
Hold it!
Why? Alright, sounds good, yeah, no problem. Involved in the case I was investigating. Regrettably, though, he was killed before I could secure the proof I needed. Okay. I stole into his office in the yard and consulted his diary. Damn. It's funny. I wonder if this, like, all of this testimony is just gonna make him look very bad and suspicious.
Hold it!
I wonder if the light thing matters with the candle. Probably. I'm quite sure that the part of the room where the body was found was very dark. I have a feeling there was a small oil lamp burning on the desk, though I couldn't say for certain. When I entered the room, I closed the door behind me and started towards the desk to investigate. Okay. Nothing. I never actually reached the desk.
Hold it!
Gunshot. Without doubt, the sound emanated from inside the room. I could smell the gunpowder. Okay, so a very dark room. And you say that's the point at which you had noticed the revolver on the floor. And I foolishly picked it up. That was carelessness on my part. So, a gunshot goes off in this dark room. Presumably then, the gunshot you heard came from the firearm that you somewhat hastily took into your hands. In point in fact, I believe it did not. Oh, interesting. He's saying it's not that gun. The barrel of the revolver I picked up was cold and there was no smell of spent powder. Yeah. Ooh.
Hold it!
Flew open, I heard a scream. A number of them had set up their stalls directly beneath the boarded window of the crime scene. Match seller, newsmonger. What is a newsmonger? And a peddler. Almost gave me a heart attack in the process. Okay, so he turns around. It was only then that the body of Inspector Gregson appeared before me. But isn't the idea that he looked towards the entrance that he came in through, but the body is somewhere else, right? I spun around, saw the revolver on the floor. So he walks in, goes towards the desk. I spun around. Okay. So he walks in this way. And the revolver was like here, right? He heads towards this desk, right? So when we entered before, it wasn't like we were entering from this. We entered from here and then turned around and saw this scene. But there's only that's the only door, right? So he walks in, goes towards this desk. Then he says, I spun around and saw the revolver on the floor. The door flew open, I heard a man scream. And it was then. Yeah. I mean, that tracks. As far as I was concerned, the body hadn't been there until that point, and then suddenly there it was. The door flying open and the scream of the man who came inside first. Okay. Door opens, he is seen with a gun in hand, then afterwards goes and inspects the body. How the inspector was killed or how his body seemed to appear out of nowhere. I have no idea.
Objection!
Objection. What? It is interesting because I was wondering if we were going to have to press him, but it makes sense that Cosmo would, right? I'm freaking jamming. Ooh, I heard that leitmotif. Yeah. Problem comes when you consider the other two candles. But that's not what he's saying. He's saying that the body like materialized, and that's what we're trying to figure out. Right. So he's gonna claim this is the work of the actual Reaper, right? But he's gonna claim that Von Zieks is the Reaper because everybody colloquially knows that he is, but he's not. Right. The prosecution is trying to make the claim that this room is his room in his world. And this is like his secret base. Yeah. Yeah. Secret hideout. New witnesses, huh? Oh! That's blood. No. It's gummy worm juice. Red-headed League advertisement. Exponent. Yeah, I got a feeling these are going to be the two characters we saw at the beginning of the case. Nope. Oh, he's back. Beppo. What is going on? That's his lip? Gossip. Tidbits. What? Uh... I didn't even see that. Venus. Funny, isn't it? His mother too, that's right. She's got the big bottle rockets. The Venus Firecracker. What sort of bang? Bang bang attack. We do have a lot of evidence. Oh ho, sounds like a gunshot. Ooh woo. I'm a thinker. Think all sorts of thoughts. I'm the ideas guy. They call me the observer. You think he lost his job? Everyone calls you Sandwich and you know it. True. Is this guy not Beppo? Did you just like reuse his model? No way. That's gotta be him. Sandwich. Show some respect. Okay. Less than a minute after the Reaper had gone inside. Seems to me that quick to talk is quick to walk. Gossip couldn't wait to go and see what happened. Ran into the room and there he was. Reaper gun in hand. Okay. The room in which the inspector was found is the only property in the building that's currently leased. Huge bone. Cuboon. Judge. Appeal to the judge. Appeal to King Idiot.
Hold it!
Oh, the whole thing from the start. Okay, Gregson. 15 minutes. So they saw Gregson go in 15 minutes. Bright red hair. Gregson? Okay, so he's wearing the wig. Oops. Alright, so they all very much claim that somebody went in. A big trunk on him. Oh. No trunk was found at the scene. So he entered with a trunk, suitcase.
Hold it!
Big bang. Okay, gunshot. You say that you heard the noise almost as soon as you saw the defendant here enter the building, right? Bang. Oh God, no. No. I don't know. Did the French respect hard tea? Fight? Fi? Fi? Fait. Fait accompli. Fait accompli. Fight accompli. Fight accompli. Definitely hard pronunciation. Fight. I don't know, man. It always comes back to French. Fate stay night. Sandwich.
Hold it!
With that sandwich board around your neck. No. Sandwich. What happened, man? Why is he so cold? Okay, okay. Look at the way he's shaking, man. Jesus. The Black Widower's arms. I ran into the room and there he was. Okay, so he's the one who saw me. This guy is definitely trustworthy. It's the first thing I noticed, that the body was there. Yeah.
Excuse me!
Do you have something to add, Mr. Sandwich? That's right. I'd like to add lettuce, tomato, and some pickled peppers. Empty in the head. Just 2 slices with no middle. Same, bro. Same. We're all nothings, really. We try to dress ourselves up as something else, but at the end of the day, we're just street sellers. That's enough out of you, Sandwich. Oh. Pool of souls.
Hold it!
Right. Okay, if you say so. Venus.
Hold it!
I don't know if the game was like trying to do something weird here. I can't tell. You know? Like maybe? Okay. Well, we know about the bloody handprint, but is that enough to like present here, right? I think it would be because it would help us understand his movements in the room.
Objection! Objection! Objection!
Oh ho. Interesting. This pose here is almost always like a confident pose with a smile, but in this case, he's stern. That's my right hand.
Objection! Objection!
Saying it's irrelevant is just stupid. It's highly relevant. Because it could also poke holes in where he was and what he was up to. I mean, you don't really have any reason to believe these first two. But this was my idea. It was like, we just have to press him to tell the truth. Yeah.
Objection!
The percussion? Yeah, it's interesting. It almost doesn't sound like an instrument at all. It kind of sounds like beating your hands on a table. Oh, that's wrong. Right. I guess we're just moving on. Oh, okay. I guess that's fair. But it's a weird thing for us to go in this direction, right? So we present evidence to say that there was another handprint, and then now, if false testimony isn't right, then we're just now introducing the idea that there is just another handprint involved entirely. I mean, this is just one of those cases where it's like, I don't know what it is, so I almost feel like I'm guessing. Let's see what the right answer is, and let's just see if I could have reasonably figured it out. It just feels like it could go in any of these directions. I don't know. Am I supposed to have a good understanding as to why one of these could be right? Mr. Gossip ended up with the blood on his hand and wiped it off of the floor.
Objection!
Okay. Oh my god. What do you want? What is this? The real contradiction here is the handprint itself, not where it was found. I guess. When this handprint was made, But like, the false testimony is still right, because he's saying that he wiped his hands on the floor. And he just fucking lied about it if he put his hands on a board and didn't wipe it off. What do you mean?
Objection!
Like, I guess I'm claiming that. I don't know. Sure. I mean, I don't know this either. I think the right line of reasoning here is that if he said he scrambled towards the body and saw it over here, right? Entered, saw the light, saw the body. Board must have been over here. That's my reasoning. I'm not 100% sure about this. It's also very possible I'm just like not following what they're putting down. But I do think that he was just saying that he saw the body on the ground, he scrambled and tried to leave. But he was able to enter the room, right? There's no problem, and this is the first thing that he saw, and then eventually he saw the Reaper in this room, who presumably was like over here, right? He was like here. So he enters, Gossip enters this room, sees this, and then goes away. Somewhere in this vicinity, I think it would be here. It would also maybe explain why, well, it depends if it was laying down or not, right? But it would also maybe explain why Von Zieks didn't see it, right? Because it could have been blocking it. Imagine it's situated like this, right? Von Zieks doesn't see it at first, walks over here, and this was actually concealing this whole scene. So when he walked into the room, he went this way and then looked around and didn't see anything. But this guy walked in and saw this right here. But it depends on what the lighting situation was, right? So I don't know if it's here, maybe here. I mean, I don't know.
Take that!
Yeah.
Objection!
I guess when I think about this before, when they're trying to press you, I guess you're supposed to start thinking that the position of the board is a possibility for why Von Zieks couldn't see the body. And to like extrapolate a little bit, but I kind of think that's asking a lot. Just as I picked up the firearm up, just as I picked the firearm up to examine it, the door flew open and I heard a man scream. It was only then, right? You know what I mean? Like, I wasn't going to put this in my head. This idea of kicking the door open is going to reveal this. It's like, that wasn't happening, man. Like, what do you fucking mean? I mean, that's interesting, right? Somebody moved it. That suggests foul play for sure. Stop looking at me, Judge. I don't know anything about anything. He's got a face that screams bored. The detective still died when we heard the gunshot. Sandwich is awesome. Who needs a jury? Agreed.
Hold it!
Do I look like a powerful and well-nurtured man? Okay. That animation is so good.
Hold it!
Priory? Priory? Those cheeky little so-and-sos? Whoa. I've been telling on them. Yeah, but you're selling them. Yeah, exactly. Everyone's happy. Oh my god. And sometimes the teachers give me a little bonus to thank me for letting them know, but you're the one selling them, man.
Excuse me!
Something wrong, Mr. Sandwich? Yeah, man? I have thought about the paradox before. So be it. Who lets explosives in the courtroom, huh? Corn cob, like what are we allowing in the courtroom these days? Corn cobs, guns, potions, magic cards, explosives, swords. Oh. Rotten liar. Heh. She just throws the match on the ground. I needed the 3DS 3D function there to really feel that fireworks blasting me in the face. Perjury, huh? Interesting. Perjury does exist.
Hold it!
I'd take everything I say with a big pinch of salt. You did in fact go to the room where the victim was killed on the day. Well, alright, just a bit then. I had to look to see if there was anything I could sell. Blasted the flippin' thing. Barn pot? The girl doesn't think. She's insane. Oh my god. It's so awesome. People can just like show up on the stand and do whatever the fuck they want in this closed court case. I took it to Jabez? Golbez? Jabez's? Oh, that was good timing on The music. Appears to have stopped at the hour of 5. Come on, let me combine 2 pieces of evidence, please. I know I have it. Let me do it. Let me combine. You're actually letting me do it. Oh. That's cool.
Hold it!
I'm just a sign guy. Yeah, we're sign guys. I have no idea what that last Sunyens means. Much like sandwich, I don't have any thoughts. Just 2 slices of bread with nothing in between. I don't know anything about anything. I'm just a bystander. That's me.
Hold it!
Alright. The Reaper did not move the board.
Hold it!
Okay. This one might have something. Your fate is sealed. You have no choice. Okay. Okay. So the second dialogue gave me new evidence about the time, right? Yeah, it could be this, with the fact that we know that the clock may not be representative of when he actually died, because that's how they were using it before, saying strictly at 5 p.m. is when it happened. Probably, but I don't know for sure.
Objection!
Nice. Oh. What? Ordar.
Objection! Objection!
Recall with this random non-witness person who just walked up to the stand and started talking some shit, who was not part of the proceedings whatsoever. Recall what she said. Yeah.
Objection!
Do you really think that Scotland Yard's coroner would have overlooked something like that? An emphatic, unequivocal yes. The answer is yes.
Objection! Objection!
Susato W? Chicken's blood? I was gonna say, like, okay, if it's not human blood, then where do you get blood? Chicken's blood. Okay.
Objection!
It's actually funny that she throws her fireworks exactly at that moment, because that's exactly what it is. Whoa! Is he part of the Belmont clan? Sandwich Belmont? Oh, he's from Castlevania POS.
Take that!
What's up, Flaunt? What's going on with this case? The jury's not here, but we got a bunch of chucksters on the stand, including Venus here. Word on the street is Von Zeke's killed somebody. Beppo Belmont. Yes.
Objection!
I'm a chuckster. Yeah, Cosmo is the prosecution.
Objection!
You could tell it was gonna go in that direction before, but yeah. Time bomb. Maybe this is tied to the candle. This is a tough question. This is kind of the only thing I can think of, is that the burning of the candle. I don't know. It doesn't explain why this has been blown off. A timed device was employed, meaning that if this was what fired the shot, then it would have been... Sorry, fired the shot noise, then it would have been connected to, being lit later on a delay. I don't know if this is what they want, but maybe.
Take that!
Yeah. Right. The fact that there's such visible scorching on the candle suggests that the fireworks must have been right next to it when they exploded. I didn't put that together, but I understand. I thought it was more like the timed aspect of it was related to the candle burning. I feel like some of this case so far has been asking for some real... Like, I don't know if I would have ever assumed this image. You know what I mean? Like, I understand that it's weird that there's a scorch mark on the candle if we're suggesting that there is no gunshot that occurred. But for me to think, oh, that means somebody appended the fireworks to the candle, it's like, I don't know about that, man. Yeah. This part of it kind of makes sense. In my mind, it was more like the... whatever you call this thing, I don't know what this is. The part that you'd light on something like a fireworks, right? The equivalent of like the wick of a candle. It might just be called a wick. I figured there was like some, you know, you placed this somewhere else in the room and then you connected a longer, I don't know, something that can carry a flame, like a wick, like a long wick. There was some apparatus that the flame would burn down and eventually hit that and then light this. Which is kind of the same idea as what they're presenting here. It's just, for this to be specifically appended to the candelabrum was not what I was thinking. But it's the general idea of like the flame burning down and eventually being the timed aspect of this is why I chose the candle in the first place. Ha 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 ha. Can he say that? Conjecture. The case that was being investigated. Ooh. We can look at this actually. Standard issue gun, close range. Who is Ezekiah Hopkins of Lebanon, Pennsylvania? Who is he? I know what they're talking about. I just don't know what they want. Presumably the photograph of the missing guy? Yeah. We don't have any reason to think that Gregson, was working on the case, but it's the only case that we know about. And this is obviously tied to the professor in some way, so... I want to say it's this, but... we'll see. I'm just not exactly sure what the specific evidence is for this one.
Take that!
Well, let's just see it through. Hold on. That is wrong. Okay. Karuma. I mean, it could be the red hairpiece, right? It's just, if his body was killed before, then it seems like this was planted on him rather than being something that he used. This is presumably it belonged to him, but I don't know. Like, most of these are relevant to this case. Maybe. maybe this, maybe the wig. I feel like the wig is more relevant to this case than the previous case. But this has to do with this guy anyway.
Take that!
Yeah, I don't know.
Take that!
Okay. Undercover investigation. Okay. So it's less of the idea that that was planted on him, and more that he was using it to figure out what's going on with some of these Red Hair League members. Yeah. I just thought the stuff that was on the board was more relevant to the professor, because they did say that it goes back 10 years. Red-headed League, yeah. That's fair. Yeah. It does talk about 10 years ago, but it is more specifically talking about the Red-headed League, and that's what they wanted you to get. Is there such an extraordinary league of gentlemen? Is that... Capcom, you're kind of hard and fast and loose with your copyright these days, huh, man? Two redheads? Minute recess. Oh god, please update the autopsy report. I need this. Oh yeah, that's what I said. Anyway, seems on the day before Lord Von Zieks discovered his body, Inspector Gregson was investigating the Red-Headed League. No. I wasn't taking it. My sleuthhound interest was merely piqued slightly by the rare scent of a weekly £4 income. That's right, Suze. Yeah, dude, totally. Then there's the whole issue of Inspector Gregson being investigated. Investigated? What did I just say? Yeah. So Von Zieks was suspicious of something Gregson was up to anyways, right? He snuck into his room and read his diary. Observe the time, my dear fellow. Susato. Look at his freaking pose, man. Okay, so these two that we're about to witness, we saw earlier on in the case, and they are responsible for this ad. Well, maybe not putting the ad in here. This is on account of the request of the late Ezekiah Hopkins. They've got a scam. They're running a scam, and they were caught. Okay. Now we can add spaghetti to the list, or some sort of noodle. Fabian. Family from Nice in France. That's right. Peppino! Oh shit, Peppino. My name is Peppino. Hello. Employing the little gray cells in my brain? Is he making a direct reference to his brain cells? Hilarious, brothers. Guy rocking a crop top. The capo. Hey. Okay, they did put out the ad. About 1 week before the plan was put into operation, we listed the same notice in every paper in London. Ezekiah Hopkins. Brilliant plan. I'm stunned anybody was foolish enough to be taken in by such an obvious trick. Every single person that day. I have seen more red-headed people in one day than I will see in the rest of my life. There are more than 1,000 red-headed people assembled in the park on Lime Street. I don't recall the man in this photograph. Nope, didn't see him. He's dead. Not in the park. Victim has nothing to do with us. It's your fault that we got caught in the first place. Okay, helpful. Oofa. What's the point? Okay. There's a lot of activity with the Red-Headed League on this day, which he was investigating, so I think Ryunosuke is just saying that there's a chance that this is all tied into him dying.
Hold it!
1,000 redheads. We take the names and we take the money. Yeah.
Hold it!
Alright, says he remembers everything.
Hold it!
Not in the park. Also, these two were saying that they knew each other growing up and they had red hair back then? Guess so. Alright, he's saying he wouldn't have mistaken somebody who basically had mismatched hair. Cosmo said these two had only been shown that photograph and nothing else. What if I fed them just one other detail about the victim? His fish and chips. Absolutely. Swimmers? Yeah, maybe. Eating incessantly? Not really. I love it, just spaghetti.
Hold it!
Ah, they're gonna get confused with Sholmes.
Excuse me!
True. Yep. Dude, it's so good when they put somebody on a box. Love the box tech. That's like that's one of those unsung heroes of Ace Attorney court cases. The box. It shows up like in every third game. But it's always there, it's a staple. The box booster. The memory and the meals.
Objection!
Trop tar. The damage is done. There was a man who came to the park and said he was an inspector. Alright. Yeah, Sholmes. His eyes were sadder, his chin was thinner. No incognito inspector would offer his identification. I love how these two are like, yeah, this guy's suspicious. As if those two themselves are not extremely suspicious. But I like them. So this is what Sholmes presented them. Okay. So maybe it turns out that Sholmes didn't show up there because of the 4 pounds. Maybe he actually was doing something. And he's just pretending to be scammed. It's like 4D chess. Yeah, it's cool.
Hold it!
Yeah, we're the victims. No, you were caught carrying out a plot to swindle hundreds of innocent people.
Hold it!
I left the purchasing of the tickets to the ferry of Dunkirk. You can't spell Dunkirk like that, man. Dunkirk? Dunkirk? Can you spell it like that? Now I just don't know, man. Dunkirk. Dunkirk, exactly. Brought up the wrong day. The 1st, the 31st, yeah, you know. Holy punishment? Holy Mother? Don't blame God for your unholy mistakes. Blame yourself or God.
Hold it!
Ah, why did you memory cursing me? You bitch.
Hold it!
His name. Names, they're boring. I don't listen to any of them. Oh. Jethrobot, thank you for the sub. Thanks a lot. It's kind of a weird meta thing, right? You can do some game meta in this case, the second dialogue here got me new evidence, but the game presumably won't let you progress to the next part of the case unless you get that evidence, right? But because there's no branching paths here, it would seem to me that I actually just need to present this back after getting this evidence in this case here. So Sholmes shows up and gives Gregson's name. I'm gonna press the third one now, just to be sure. So the idea here is that Sholmes showed up with Gregson's identification. Yeah. It would just seem to me that I would have to present this somewhere, because I don't think the game is gonna let you move past this point. Like, basically what I'm saying is, like, imagine it's a different answer. Sorry, it's a different text box that I need to present on. In my mind, it can't be something else. Because if I were to, let's just say, hypothetically, let's just say it was like this, right? Photograph of the victim, you presented it back. Imagine I did that immediately. Without getting the evidence from this, the game would move on and I wouldn't have that evidence. So what I'm saying in this case is that I don't think that they would let you do that, which means that me getting this evidence, this, from this press, means that I have to turn around and use it now, because otherwise I would have been able to skip this. We're gonna pressure test that. What does this text say? Right, they're currently reacting to the photograph. Maybe this is the angle? Maybe the idea is that they're saying that they were captured yesterday? And theoretically, if they were captured, I don't know when they were captured, but maybe the idea is that they should have been interfaced with him in some way if they were captured. I don't know. Isn't the idea that the Gregson was killed 2 days ago, and then yesterday his body was found in the apartment? But yesterday morning is when these two were arrested, which was after he presumably died. It's just unclear. I'm just gonna go through the press of what they say about his name again. Maybe I missed a clue. Or his profession.
Hold it!
Yeah, I'm not sure. I'm gonna try some stuff. I don't know.
Objection!
That was it. Okay. I wonder if I could ask you to examine this identification book.
Objection!
Okay, I just want to see how the game wants you to connect these dots. Because remember, the question here is, do these two red-headed chucksters know the detective, the guy in the photograph? And we presented his name and identification when Peppino says, we don't know this guy. Which is fine. I don't know how I was supposed to connect those dots of what they should know. My theory, some theory is like, they do know him because they would have interfaced with him if they were caught. Because I see. I'm trying to think about it, right? Because from my perspective, Sholmes is the one who showed up with this identification book. But we haven't talked about that in this court case yet. So Gina here is going to be like, that's definitely his. It's definitely his. So the fact that it's weird. These two chucksters just said, yeah, we saw a detective and he gave us this identification, but that's not the guy in the photograph. And that's where the confusion is. It's just weird. It's like, that's not exactly what they were asking, right? We were trying to refute whether or not they knew the guy in the photograph, and we're presenting the identification of Tobias Gregson with the understanding that Sholmes did it. Let's just see how it goes. That is the ball, yeah. The thing is, they might not be lying. It might have been Sholmes the whole time.
No.
No, he can't. No, he starts crying. Oh my god. What the fuck? I'm having a hard time articulating why I felt weird about that present. You're presenting on the text box that says that they don't know him with his identification. I just don't see how that clicks. But it's fine. It's fine. We took him prisoner and kept him? Okay, so this doesn't have to do with Sholmes, which is perfectly fine. It means that he actually was there. So Sholmes was also there. But Sholmes was not in disguise, he was just himself. Next morning, we let him go. He spent the night in a nice room. Nothing like prison. Wah. You in prison? He was very comfortable and a calm and a happy. So on the day before the incident, Gregson spent the night confined in his pair's hideout and then was supposedly released the next day, but we think he was killed?
Hold it!
The fact that they both broke out in tears. An old empty house behind the park on Lime Street. Alright. I'm at the place for 2 days. I see. Even though I didn't think he was a real detective, I was too scared to let him go that day. Okay. Up to no good. Yeah, exactly. Yeah. Maybe it was Sholmes, man. Maybe Sholmes was the one who was up all night. I don't know. Took his identification, shut him in. Must be falso. Hilarious.
Hold it!
He tried to vent? He tried to vent. He got caught while I was surveilling Buddy Roll. Oh, Dio!
Excuse me!
Night before the... okay. I tried to run away. Came after me like the turbine, huh? I see. So the tussle didn't have anything to do with the detective. Nobody wants to look at any part. Oh. Oops. Of course it's important.
Hold it!
Collar? Oh shit. We had a Saint Bernard at home. Saint Bernard was the dog I wanted so bad when I was growing up. Just this big, sloppy dog. Honestly, it would be still kind of cool. Big, sloppy-ass dog. Had one. Slimed her. Exactly. Hmm.
Hold it!
The lack of money. That's right. True. No money, no freedom. No, he doesn't have a point. Susato, come on. Oh, I didn't even see the corner before. Maria Gori. I mean, they do kind of just tell you about this, but it would be a little silly if they just tell you the evidence to use, but they might be doing that. I feel like I'd rather just slam it. The way Susato's dialogue reads is like she's trying to give you a clue with this about his well-being, but I guess you can present this as basically what she's just said is like, you know, the fact that this is smashed and it would suggest that maybe he did get roughhoused too much. I mean, sure.
Objection.
I'm glad we tried it because it felt like that's not what they wanted. But you never know. I mean, maybe this photograph doesn't have the ring on it. Maybe that's the idea. Yeah, I mean, maybe.
Objection.
Yep. Castlevania. Yeah. Good. I think this is all coming back to the idea that it was in fact Sholmes who was kidnapped overnight. Which means that Sholmes had his ID and was doing something. Because they said that they didn't recognize the guy. Which they could be lying, but you know. The man in the yeah, 100%. That's, I mean, yeah, totally. This is why I was so confused that we were presenting the identification on that one dialogue before, because it was like all hinging upon exactly this. So I felt like it was weird to go in that direction in the first place. Is it finally time for Sholmes to take the stand? Yeah. An imposter who vented. How many times is Among Us gonna show up today? Your whole argument up to now. Not what we said, bro. What? I kind of feel like they delivered this whole thing a little strangely. It's my 2 cents.
Take that!
Oh God! Am I wrong? No. Maybe I'm just a fucking idiot. Okay, alright. Back in. Oh my God. Okay. Because, you know, to be fair, they did start talking about, Ryunosuke's like, oh yeah. No, I think Susato, huh? Susato says that we have the court record. Where was it? It is for precisely these occasions that we keep meticulous notes in the court record, because those are the facts. The facts cannot lie. I thought the idea was that he was the one, because you know that he went to the fair, right? So I thought the idea was that he somehow got his identification, and he was the one who did this, while something else was happening to Gregson the whole time. Yeah, you can see the red ring here. No, sandwich? Sandwich of a question mark age? They all just don't have ages, huh? Barry. I mean, this guy? I really thought it was him. I thought that's what they were going with this. Alright, let's juice a bit. Because clearly they're trying to tell us that something in the court record. The court record for which I cannot look at right now. Well, I guess we're just gonna have to juice on this one. They're saying that I have good evidence in my court record to say who is... I mean, this is the guy who went missing, right? But do I have a reason to think that he would be connected to this? What do we know about this guy? We know that this guy was the warden. That's about it, really. Like, he was the warden, related to the professor case 10 years ago. She seems to make her money selling meager little fireworks to children. This guy is so awesome.
Take that!
Alright. That's wrong. It's not too surprising that it's wrong, but it's also like, I don't know. Ooh. You're telling me that I have evidence? I have evidence in my court record about this? Oh, it could have been Von Zieks himself. Maybe. But like, who? Isn't the idea that it was somebody who had red hair or the hairpiece, right? Like, it wouldn't have worked otherwise, which is why I was convinced it was Sholmes. But Von Zieks is at least a somewhat plausible guess, because you know that he is investigating what Gregson is up to. But the hairpiece, the red hairpiece, did he have one too? Presumably it belonged to him. It's all just so weird. Because this was found, like, it was found on him, right? Unless it was placed on him. Let me just see what the whole dialogue looks like. Perhaps my learned friend. Any idea of like somebody who has a red ring around their neck? I don't think so, man. Oh, that's what they're getting at. What the fuck? Oh. I thought the idea was when he showed his neck before, it was just like a representation of people beating him up because he told them shitty, bad information. I understand. Okay. Well, when Susato says that we have evidence in our court record for it, I mean, I guess court record does include this, but alright. Whatever. It's kind of a weird one too, though, because like, I don't know. Sure, if you catch this in his profile, you would be thinking about it, but some of the dialogue made it seem like it's plausible to like pin it down to a person. Dude, I'm still I was still convinced that they really We're gonna bring Sholmes into this.
Take that!
A nameless man.
Objection!
What happened to his lip? Okay. Birthmark. He reacted to his lip, huh? Dilatory? Yeah, on the 3DS, maybe. Alright. Man who claimed to be inspector, definitely not this man. That's right, we would never forget those lips. I never leave Fresno Street. Alright, I'm all alone in the world. Okay. Susato! Jiggle physics. Okay.
Hold it!
The biggest lips in London and a neck to die for. Okay.
Hold it!
These grand lips. Eclair? So you definitely didn't go to the park on Lime Street that day, Mr. Gossip. Okay.
Hold it!
Haha. I saw that. Who knows? Nice joke, idiots.
Is that so?
Excuse me.
What is this reacting to? You won't catch me sidling off to some other part of... Alright. So he saw gossip somewhere else. Okay. Chum. You know what his name is? Huge Bone. Yep. What are you doing, Judge? Are you an idiot? You have no brain cells. You have less brain cells than all 6 jury members of the previous case combined. How do you have negative? You have negative 1 squared brain cells. What the fuck are you talking about?
Objection.
Objection, Judge, you're a dumbass. Yeah, Judge. Fuck. Wake up. In what capacity? Many. Multiple. Once every 6 months, I go to pay rent. Pepino. A tidbit. No fuss. Can't believe. Next level.
Hold it.
Next level lack of brain cells. Which was covered from top to bottom and confidential. Yeah, exactly. That board's not mine. The inspector must have brought it along. Okay. Undo this, man. I'm about to control Z your ass. Right. Before, he was the one talking about, like, not knowing his way around the room and all of that.
Hold it! Hold it!
Don't forget that these two on his sides reacted to his lip being large. As if it wasn't yesterday. My imagination got the better of me. Did wear a mustache. I love the idea of actually concealing something in your mustache. Clean shaven. Okay. June, thanks for the resub. 27 big ones. What's going on, HC Bailey? Thank you for the raid. Hope you had a good stream. It'd be all but impossible to hide those lips. Nevertheless, the mark around his neck is equally undeniable. True. It is hard to pinpoint how this guy would have been involved with getting the identification and doing the disguise and stuff, but the game isn't really asking for you that, asking that from you. Right now, we're supposed to present something that has to do with his prior testimony. I rent the room where that fella was found. It's true. For what difference it makes. Yeah, I think the idea is that there's something to do with the layout of the room. Because this is what they just said. They just said that, like, his prior testimony hinged upon him not knowing some parts of the room and, like, where the board was. It could be this. Could also be this, right? Feels like it's one of these two. Let's try it.
Objection! Objection!
No? Okay. I'm wrong. Whoop. In my mind, his movements before, about him going over here, seeing this body, getting scared, not knowing where the board was, supposedly wiping out the blood and then scampering away. I thought the idea is that we were going to question. Let me just see what her dialogue is here.
Hold it!
Knowing that the scene of the crime is actually his room completely changes things. In particular, there's one part of his testimony that's really bothering me now. Right, this might actually be talking... I've read that before, but the one part of his testimony that's bothering me as being something that he talked about earlier, but it could be that Ryunosuke is talking to himself about these 3 text boxes being his testimony right now. I'm not 100% sure if it's referring to what he talked about earlier in the case, or is it these 3 text boxes? It's one of the 2. Carry off a disguise. But it's about his room, right? Knowing that it's his room in his world. I read the room from that fella. I am trying to juice. Trying to put it together. What are they getting at here? I just wish it was a little clearer about what his testimony is bothering Ryunosuke. If he's talking about earlier in the case, or is he talking about his current dialogue? Kinda don't think it's this, right? Does it look like I could carry off a disguise with a face like this? I rent the room where that fellow was found. I mean, it's an interesting thing, like, why... But is this a problem? You know what I mean? Like, yeah, you can present this, but is this an issue? It is interesting that it was there. But my 2 cents is that this has not been made relevant to this case yet. I don't know, you can try it.
Objection!
Okay. Oh, he changed his... It is interesting though, like why is that there? Greguson. I'm a little lost. Maybe take it from the top. Like, what do we know about him? Yeah, unfortunately, I'm just caught up on this idea that the testimony, one part of his testimony that's bothering me is talking about his prior testimony earlier in the case. He wants to cover up his own room. Makes sense, knowing that it's his room. I just don't think that either of these two dialogues have anything to do with him covering up his own room, right? Well, we can try a few things. I just don't know. I just don't know. I feel like this is going to be one of those cases where I hear the answer and then I can like back in to be like, okay, I guess that makes sense. But from this onset, I don't really know. I don't really know. I'm going to try this. I'm going to try the candle. Basically things that are like about the room at this point. I'm also confused because, I mean, there is a chance that I'm on the wrong text box here. This is the one that updated, which usually means it's the one you present on, but there are some times, as we've seen before in this game, where updating the text box does not necessarily mean it's the one you present on. It just gives you some information. I mean, what about this? Maybe this is where they're going with it. Maybe the idea is if we saw the red hairpiece on that night and we don't think that Gregson was the one who was part of that, then that red hairpiece might actually be his.
Objection!
Oh. Oh.
Objection!
No. You know what? You get a guilty, you gotta own up to it. This will be the very last time the Reaper stands in this or any other courtroom. We failed him. No.
Objection!
We tried this. I mean, maybe. These were found there, sure. But in my estimation, this has much more to do with the contents of the room. I mean, I guess these are... But, like, it's about his knowledge about the room, right? Like, what he testified before. This wasn't found in his room, right? I mean, is there any possibility it's one of these other dialogues? Try the gun.
Objection!
Try the gun. And, I mean, at this point, we're just gonna try stuff. Could be...
Objection!
policeman figure or the pocket watch. I kind of doubt it. Maybe. I thought it was fairly plausible it was going to be something about his prior testimony.
Objection.
I think it sure doesn't seem like this is the text box to present on, which is fucking rough because they really point you towards this text box. I mean, maybe the autopsy report. Like, why would it be this? Did I present this? I'm not totally sure I did. I think I did, but
Objection.
whatever. Shotgun approach, that's what I'm saying. Agreed. Alright, I'm gonna present everything on this text box because I need to know.
Objection.
At this point, it's not looking like it is, but it's kind of messed up because it feels like they really wanted you to say something about his testimony. I need to understand what the words, his prior testimony. What does that mean? Try this, try this, try this, this, not this. Autopsy? Sometimes you lose. Sometimes you suck. Firecracker?
Objection.
Let's go through this press again.
Hold it.
Seems to me that Mr. Gossip, sorry, Mr. Boone, would rather as little is known about his room as possible for some reason. It does come across that way. And more importantly, knowing that the scene of the crime is actually his room completely changes things, right? One part of his testimony that's really bothering me. That's how I'm gonna undo him. That's what I'm saying. It's like you're really pointing me towards a direction that says that this is his room. I think maybe what's happening here is that when you press this dialogue before, this updates this dialogue to tell you that it's his room, and you get that information. And maybe you're supposed to use that with one of these two. Even though to me it really reads like you're supposed to read into him covering up that it's his room for what difference it makes. And then you present something that says, yeah. And because it's your room, why did you say this earlier? But I don't think that's where they're going with it. Oh no.
Objection.
Fuck. Okay. But like, I mean, yes, totally. That's fair, but why? Why are you like making this such a point? Knowing that the scene of the crime is actually his room completely changes things. That's how I'm gonna undo this man? I guess the idea is that you need that knowledge to look at that photograph to say why is this in the room? I think it's fair. I think it's fair. I missed it. I think it's fair. Yeah. Right. Right, so that text box getting updated is literally just the knowledge that it is his room. His world. Interesting. So, the idea is that... Is it this guy? I guess it could be.
Objection! Objection!
What if we were to turn your thinking around? Ho ho! Oh my god, facial? Give him a facial? Now we're jamming. Interesting. I mean, this is a very cool direction to go. I did not pick up the cogs of what they wanted the gears to turn there, but that's okay.
Take that!
What? Yeah. Totally. Bring soap, sponge, and a wash bowl and just rub it off of them? What do you mean? Rub that lip off? Bro, what is the bailiff's responsibility, man? You will restrain him? This is a kangaroo court, man. It is a kangaroo court. You're asking two witnesses to restrain another witness while the bailiff comes in and gives him a scrub down. What the fuck? Okay, despite death cycling there a little bit, I do like how they're bringing it back to this case, because it definitely makes sense that they were going to introduce this guy back. It's fascinating. Yeah, what do you think that lip was made of? What kind of material? You know, like one of those like late 90s, early 2000s water toys, right? You know what I'm talking about. The cylinders. That's the inspector we saw in the park who somehow got Gregson's identification and was involved with him getting killed somehow. Right, Chief Warder. Right. That ellipsis right there is actually really good because Kazuma's starting to understand himself. What's going on here? Don't forget that he and his wife are apparently like well off, right? So he must be making mad money on the gossip tour. "10 years ago now that my employment at Barclays chief warder came to an end because he supposedly did something to violate his job. Supposedly in assistance of the professor. Having left the prison service, I searched for some new occupation. Times were hard, no jobs. Desperation one day, I turned my hand selling wares. But your wife appears to know nothing of this. Main claims that you are the chief warder at Barclay Prison. Okay. 10 years, keeping the ruse alive. I opened an account at the bank under the name of Hugh Boone. Rented the cheapest room I could. A place from which I could emerge every morning at 8 as a squalid peddler. Transform myself back every evening at 5 into a well-dressed man about town before returning home. Jesus. I was puzzled by the lack of furniture in the room. Two sons. Yeah, totally. How do you make that much money? You couldn't hope to match the salary you must have commanded as chief. Yeah. Uh-oh. Did you see that? He's got those arms. He's got those... Oh my god. remember her name. Hold. Hold, please. Important holding. Come on. Ba 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 ba. Ba 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 bum. Oh please, oh please. God, what is her name? Can't fucking remember. Queen Amara. He's got those like rotating arms, you know what I'm saying? Okay, so this was on behalf of him. Secret assignment. What? It's just becoming more and more funny to me that I before really thought that Sholmes was the one doing some of this undercover investigating. But it turns out that Sholmes was doing literally nothing but being scammed. It's very possible that while waiting in line, this dude was like 10 spaces ahead of him. Sholmes is just there like a fucking idiot. Just getting scammed. Visit Orxes tomorrow. Tomorrow. He would lend me his identification. Interesting. Visit Orxes tomorrow. I keep saying tomorrow. Orxes tomorrow. And take a statement. So Gregson is paying this guy to impersonate him. Inspector warned me on numerous occasions. You don't blab about this to anyone, alright? Even if, well, interesting. Well, here we are. Yeah. So when he did that, he was not in disguise whatsoever. But we haven't at all answered the question, who murdered who? Well, who murdered Gregson? It would seem this confession completely destroys the defense's case. That's not what we said, man. We're just trying to understand what happened. Had nothing to do with the murder.
Hold it!
He's probably all fired up of this connection to 10 years ago now. Yeah! Dude, that's what I'm saying. The layup. Alley-oop. It's happened multiple times. I knew it. I believe you would have present a very significant execution. Yes. Genshin. I do love this though. I love how this shit has nothing, presumably, like in the context of the judge trying to rule on this case. It's just we're just talking about some other shit for a while. Don't worry about it. It'll all come back together. We promise? Pinky swear? Is this related to the current case? Okay. Judge is growing a quarter of a brain cell. Naturally. That's what you get, Judge. That's what you get when you let two lawyers who were former and maybe current best friends. You get insane levels of high-fiving and alley-ooping. My memory of these events leading up to that moment is extremely hazy. Long distance amnesia? Does that not strike you as strange? The human element? The seal is broken. What are you... You're gonna bring the bailiff back in to just wash away the psycho locks? Yes, do it. I mean, that is interesting, but this has to do with the past. We haven't really, you know, dealt with this yet. It is kind of weird for this to say he appears to have no particularly distinctive facial features. I don't know, man. It's just a guy. What does that mean? I think, like, in hindsight, it makes sense in contrast to somebody who has this ridiculous looking lip. I'm just trying to understand exactly what I'm supposed to be covering up, or sorry, uncovering. It would seem to me, because the idea here is that he doesn't remember, right? And I would think that we are presenting evidence that says, no, I think you do remember. But it's weird, because I don't know if I have anything like that. I mean, this is definitely related to him, no question. I'm just not sure it's... what they're looking for right now. Indications are that the jailbreak plot was conceived prior to the convict. So he was involved with all of this. But this isn't his version of the events. I mean, his version of the events is that he doesn't remember what happened. Right? I feel like this is the only thing that's relevant. Let me see what happens. Like, if I get this wrong and they just reintroduce the idea, I just want to see what they say.
Take that!
Ah, okay. So this is where, like, the combination of the log and also specifically what they were asking in that question, it's not a problem. But you see how this green text says evidence that clearly contradicts your version of events? And the thing you're supposed to be refuting is this: I resigned from my role at the prison 10 years ago, right? It's not so much, because he was talking mostly about how he doesn't remember exactly what happened, because he shut it away emotionally, and that's why we're pressing all of this. But the idea is that I'm supposed to pick out this text box. And I think when you're looking at your evidence and you're looking at this green text here, and you scroll up through all of this, and you're not getting any of this, right? Because it's all about what Cosmo was just saying. Yeah. As I said, I resigned from my role at the prison, but then the memory of these events is hazy. And you're supposed to laser out the resign from my role part and not talk about the memory being hazy. It's not wrong. It's just like, I just feel like sometimes in these games when you're given the green text box and you're looking through your evidence, you're like, what are they talking about? It can be difficult. But yeah, in this case, the idea was that he specifically said resigned. But in this case, he didn't resign. he was let go forcibly because he did something bad. On your own volition, yeah. And the game definitely makes a point about this because when you talk to Barney, Barry, not Barney. Sorry, not Barney. His name is not Barney, Barry. He says that he was, like, he had to be let go. No, I don't. Why is this so weird? There's been some mistake. I'm sure I tendered my resignation. What? Oh. I don't know, dude. I got a feeling he's about to go demon mode. Oh. Professor. The Professor Gerald Robotnik? It would seem weird to me that he wouldn't know about this part of it, the professor, because the idea is that in London society, everybody knows about it. It's at Madame Tuspel's main exhibit, right? If he's a guy on the streets doing gossip, there's no way he wouldn't know about this part of it. Yeah. Yeah. Oh. Oh, yeah, baby. Pinpointed 10 years ago amnesia. Yes. Yes. The papers. Oh. Oh, shit. Ah, suspected of doing it. He's spinning. Whoa. One evening, a few days after the execution, some detectives came to the prison. It was called to the governor's office at the top of the watchtower. Oh, he's going fast! I cannot help you, noob. He's getting faster, dude. Oh, this is where you need to crank up the 3D meter. And I let him escape unfinished.
So, with Mr. Vigil's collapse, proceedings came to an abrupt end for the day. Once again overshadowed by the legacy of that notorious killer, appearing like a cursed ghost ship on a foggy ocean.
Cursed ghost ship.
Lord Van Zeeks, Mr. Vigil, Kazuma, and Gregson. All of them bound by invisible chains anchored to the same wreckage in the murky depths of the past. But the miraculous light that had been trying to cut through the gloom and shine on those tragic events was playing on the edges of the truth at last.
Whoa. Whew. All right. It took a little bit to get into that case, but clearly we're going somewhere now. This is where the stream is going to end. We'll be back this week. But we're in the thick of it now. GG's, GG's. Thanks for watching today, and we will keep it up. Thanks for the raids, thanks for the subs, and I'll see you next time. Take it easy.